Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Didn't want to calm down. Wait, can you hear me double or just once? Question mark. Hello? Hi. Hi. Can you hear me double or just once? Dog was excited. Just once? Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm gonna try and talk a lot quieter. Give me a second. Hi. Who was first? Alaska. Congratulations for being first. Mimic, congrats on being second. Dog, congrats on being third. Congrats everyone for getting your data lilies. I was so confused here in Minecraft, then I was like, oh, it's here already. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome. Wait, give me a second. Nice. There we go. They should be visible, but not, no sounds. Hi, Spiral. Congrats on getting a day of lilies. Hi, Hoocha. Congrats on getting a day of lilies. Ro, hello. Congrats on getting a day of lilies. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome. Ro, congrats on winning the raffle. Neo, hello. Congrats on getting a day of lilies. Spice, can you send row 945 into the jail? Their love was 15%. How dare you? How dare you? Hi, Gothic. Gothic, congrats on getting a day of lilies. Spiral, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. Doug, I'm gonna do that good boy redeem in a second, okay? Also, Neo needs to be yeeted into the jail. Damn. Alaska as well. God damn, everyone's going into the jail. Neo is 242 centimeters tall. Neo's PP is 44 inches. Okay, solid. You blame Mark for this? For what? For what are you blaming Mark for? I agree. Let's blame Mark. Oh no, Neo, you lost all your points. Hi, Crimson. Hello. Congrats on getting your daily lilies. Mimic 83%. Nice. Spiral 62. Very good. Thank you for sending everyone into the jail for your bad love. Okay, so I have a couple questions. How is the background music? How is the Minecraft tunes? Is it too loud for you or is it too quiet? Would you like it to be a little bit louder or quieter? Can you please let me know? Because for me it's like pretty okay, but I want to know how it is for you. And another thing is, I currently have the echo, and we can take that off. We have just the regular, but I also have all of my other filters on. Do you want me to try without any of my filters? Just raw dog the voice? Or would you like it to be filtered? You love the echo? Okay. I feel like I'm in a spa. Okay, I can do both. I can switch the echo on and off. I wonder what happens if I take off all of my filters. I don't know. How do I sound now? Do I still sound okay, or is it bad? I also got some things that I can make little sounds. Little sounds for you. Sounds good. Okay, okay. The only thing is what I'm scared about is if and when the dog decides to move again, she's gonna be stepping away and you can hear that very clearly. But if it's good, then we can do this. How are y'all doing today? Happy Saturday. I hope we're doing really well today. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. This is quite hard for me, actually. I don't usually talk this calmly or quietly. I scream a lot. If you are new here, I normally play games around here and I am very vocal, very loud. So this is something else. Hi Glitchy, congrats on getting your daily lilies. Congrats, congrats. Wait, Neo's sanity is 58% and your risk is 6-7. Chicks man, congrats on getting your daily lilies. Congrats, congrats, welcome on in. Neo is gonna fuck Gothic, marry Alaska, kill Stream Elements. Rose gonna fuck J-A-N, marry Darth Neo, and kill Alaska. No killing Alaska. Not the 29%. Not the 29%, Trickster Main. Trickster Main is gonna fuck Pokemon Community Game, marry Alaska, and kill Alaska. Rose crushing on Cappy. Okay, okay. Doc, you can't leave yet. I haven't done your redeem. I haven't done your favorite redeem. You should be able to hear my keyboard very loudly now as well. Trickster Main is crushing on Spiral. Okay, let me do that redeem now. This is your final warning. If you do not like listening to praising, such as good girl, boy, / demon redeems, you should probably mute the stream right now. Oh, duck. Duck. You're such a good boy, Duck. Are you Queen's good boy? Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. I also have like, I believe 9 different creepypastas that I was thinking about reading. They're different lengths. I believe many of these are now like very short, but I can also find longer ones. I don't know why, but like I'm very, very nervous for some reason. And I really don't know why. Hi Slayer, hello. Congrats on getting your daily lilies. How are you doing today? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Mm. Hi. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone is having a good Saturday so far. I'm already getting EP. I love this playlist so much. Minecraft music just really calms me down. If you didn't realize, this is indeed the Minecraft music that we're listening to in the background. Mm-hmm. 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 Fishing is also open, so don't forget to do some fishing. And if you haven't already collected your daily lilies, remember to get them as well. It's been good. You're excited for ASMR. It's so relaxing. I agree. The past couple of nights, I've fallen asleep to ASMR again. I really find it very calming, very soothing. Is there a specific type of ASMR that you like to listen to? For me, I enjoy pretty much everything. I know that a lot of people don't enjoy the all kinds of like mouth sounds, like licks and kisses and all of that. I know that's usually what people dislike. But I personally I like everything, especially when people use the 3DO microphone. That is the one that like really gets into your ears, like the sound. And I love when those are just being tapped or rubbed or something. I think those are like one of my favorite sounds ever. I like it all. I have the same. Though. I don't have anything that like wouldn't sound good to me, basically. I have. If you saw the video that I made for like ASMR, the little teaser video on my socials, I used this in it, and I thought it made a really nice sound. Funnily enough, this is actually my glasses case. I don't like when people scratch plates with forks. Oh yeah. I don't like that. That makes a not so pleasant sound. I don't really like the ones where people put stuff in bowls and mix them. I get that. I was asleep and woke up to an ASMR stream where they were doing that. Really? Oh, that's an awful way to wake up. I think I also woke up like yesterday or the day before that to an ASMR stream where something happened and they screamed. Like they were sounding super fucking loud and I was like, hello? Where did this come from? I think that's like something that I am dreading, that something happens that I scream and I wake up everyone. Though I have heard that my screaming also has helped people fall asleep, so. Mm. Hmm. Where the R redeem go? Why no R? ASMR R's. Oh, true. Did I turn that off? Oh, I'm sorry. I can turn it back on. Give me a moment. I turned off some of the redeems that have sounds. Some that I just didn't want to do. For example, that daily is also disabled for today. Because I just didn't want to have that on and do it. Wait. Hi, Grimside. Hello. Congrats on getting a day of lilies. I needed to turn my lights on a little bit because my model's tracking was not working properly. Okay, rolling R's are also back. But I think everything else should be off. If you'd like, we could read first of the creepypastas that I have here. And these are all like pretty short actually. I have a couple here that are like a minute long. Those are really, really short. Did I not have any longer one? Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, no, wait, why are these all so short? Okay. I found a new creepypasta that we can read. That's longer than a minute, which is nice. Hi, Storm. Hello. Welcome on in. Congrats on getting your daily lilies. I also occasionally I mute my mic if I change my position because I know, especially now when all the filters are gone of the mic, you would hear every single sound. Hi, Lunar. Hello. Congrats on getting a day of lilies. Oh, I wonder how this sounds with the little echo. I found one of my kitty ears that I completely forgot that I had. And I was like, wait a minute. How's the ASMR stream going? We haven't been here for that long. So far going well. I was very confused to see ASMR below your name. I follow many ASMR channels, but you weren't one of them. So that for a second my Twitch blocked. Yeah. Last month when I had my birthday subathon, during the subathon we hit a goal where I was gonna do a ASMR stream. So that's why we're here. I like ASMR a lot, and I watch a lot of ASMR streamers. So I was very curious to do a stream myself. Hi, Bacon. Congrats on going into the jail with the 28% love. How are you doing today, Bacon? Congrats on getting a daily release as well. Bacon is gonna fuck Gothic, marry Christian, and kill Nightbot. Crushing on Jane. Okay. Hi, Noel. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I don't know if my voice is so golden though. But I'm trying. I could read a little read a little creepy pasta for you if you'd like that. Could do that. The estimate reading time for this is 8 minutes. Lily, your voice is purple to me. Maybe cyan. This is a good thing. What does purple or cyan voice sound like to you? I take that as a compliment. You're okay, Bacon? I'm glad to hear that. I am. I'm doing well. No, congrats on getting your daily lilies. Congrats. To me, cyan voice reminds me of a smooth ocean, and purple is magic. Oh, I like that. So you're telling me that my voice is smooth, like an ocean. Thank you so much for the BDs. Thank you, thank you. All the sounds are unfortunately muted for today though. There are no alerts in anything. Hopefully. Watch me, unfortunately. Watch me if I've forgotten a sound, and then there's a loud ass alert happening. No. I went through everything multiple times. Thank you so much. The name of this story, this creepypasta, is Candle Cove. It comes most often at night. The niggling memory gnawing in some corner of your mind like a rodent chewing the corners of the drywall. The memory of some brightly lit cartoon funland or a world of puppets. A memory of a TV show you would watch seated cross-legged on the living room floor with the fixed, enthusiastic attention only a child can have. Attention that you wish now you perhaps hadn't given so freely. For there is something about that show, something about the discordant music, the details of the characters, their motivations, the storylines, the fixed maniacal grins that seems, looking back, to be altogether too sinister to be a children's show. You try to block the memory out, and yet, there in the back of your mind, most often at night, the puppet's fixed grin keeps on smiling. And there's a little overview as well. Candle Cove is a widely known and popular creepypasta about a fictional television series recollected by a number of posters on a childhood nostalgia forum. As the posters share their recollections, the things they collectively remember become more and more sinister, with the characters featured clearly being unsuitable for children's viewing. Notable examples are the laughingstock, the boat that is alive and sports a huge mouth, Horace Horrible, a one-eyed character with two large teeth, and most famously, a skeleton character known as the Skin Taker, who wears the flesh of children over his naked bones. Hardly Sesame Street, is it? Ah. That was amazing. I like that. What is going on? There we go. I also, what else did I grab? I grabbed something else. Not this specifically. Not this. This is not what I wanted to try out. But this. Give me a second. I don't have any space on my table. Give me a second. Hi, Dolly. Welcome on in. Moikis, thank you for lurking and thank you for the 95 stream streak. Thank you. Welcome on in. Congrats on getting a day of lilies as well. It is in fact Minecraft music. It is indeed. Oh my god, Spice. Spice, thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you for the gigantic coffee. I could go for a coffee right now, not gonna lie. I could. I am well, thank you. I hope you're well. I'm in too. So at the start of the stream, I had my audio settings in a way that I could also hear my mic. But then I had to turn that off because it started to discombobulate me a little bit. But I'm gonna try and put that on as well so I can hear. Because there's a couple things that I want to hear what they sound like. So this is gonna be so weird. You're doing well. You shaved and showered. Good job. A very good demon there. Proud of you. For example, this. Welcome on in. Hi. Oh, I really like that sound. It tingled in the right spot. Mm. Oh, oh, you ate barbecue? Very nice, Dolly. Very nice. How are you doing today, Hayato? I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your name. Let me know if I am. But welcome on in. Hi, Nick. We don't have that here. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for follow. Welcome. This. No, it's it's a tool, a tool that you use when you um, do something with clay. I don't know the exact name, but it's some sort of a tool to carve, and I'm just going on the back of my glasses case. I really like the other sound though. Hold up. The other sound is a diamond painting. It's the diamonds against them. That's the sound. I like that. Hold on. Oh, I like that sound without the echo as well. That was a nice sound. I I need to finish this diamond painting though. Diamond, not time. Diamond. It's a horror themed. It's very big. It's massive actually. It has all kinds of horror icons like Jason, Chucky, Billy from Saw, Freddy, Pennywise, Myers, Ghostface, and the Nun. It's really cool. No, thank you so much for the beaties. Thank you, thank you. I for the little ASMR trailer video thing, I did some specific sound. I wonder if I could recreate it. Let's see. Give me a second. Okay. Thank you so much for the follow. I love that. Is that too loud? I can do it quiet. You don't feel like it's too loud? Okay. You can't wait until we dive into the creepypasta. I already ate. I already read one that was like 8 minutes. It wasn't really a story. Well, it was, but like not that much of a story. But in a second, we're gonna read another one. What the title? What the fuck was the name? Wait. Give me a second. What was it? I completely forgot. Wait. I can find it. Give me a second. It was Candle Cove. That is the one we read first. Lily, my favorite creepypasta is about your namesake. It's called Lily Mad Whip, the other knife that cuts through the veil. Oh, wait, is that a creepypasta? Really? Really? Is that a creepypasta? Hi, Beefquake. Hello. Congrats on getting your daily lilies. Yep, but you will lose your voice because it's over 9 hours long. Then you will lose your mind because it is twisted. I've already lost my mind. Null void. Thank you. Thank you so much for the biddies. What the hell? Thank you. We could read the other creepypasta that I have here. Give me a second. I had to do some hydration. Okay, this one is called Clockwork. Your time's up. The estimated reading time is 19 minutes. Okay. Let me move this. A little girl sat in her room. Her messy brown hair was put into little pigtails as her hazel eyes stared at the door. She hugged her stuffed giraffe close to her little body and listened closely to the loud yells of her father and mother. I never should have had any damn kids, screamed a loud, deep voice. All they do is make messes, complain, and draw on the walls. He was interrupted by the shrill, angry yell of the girl's mother. They are children, David. They don't know any better. Oh, fuck me, Mary Beth. I don't want to hear your bullshit excuses. I've had just about enough of them. And what do you plan to do about it? The girl heard loud footsteps coming towards her room, and she hugged her giraffe closer. The door opened violently, and in the doorway stood her large, infuriated, overweight father. In one of his meaty hands, he held a large textbook. David, stop it, screamed her mother. But the father ignored his wife's pleading cries. He grabbed the little girl harshly by the collar, and she screamed and kicked, trembling in fear. The girl's father held up the textbook. This is for drawing on my fucking walls, you little bitch. Years later, the little girl, known as Natalie, was now 9 years old, going through the stage of puberty where she was naturally a little chubby. Like the usual, she sat in her room watching TV. Her dad was ranting on about some economic crap that she really could give less a shit about as she munched on some popcorn. She was also currently drawing a picture. There was a bit of gore in it, but strangely, she really liked drawing blood. It gave her some weird satisfaction. Other than that, multitasking was no problem for her. It became apparent to her at a young age, after having to do so much hard work and labor, that she was able to do so many things at once. Drawing ended up being her talent and passion. It was her way from escaping from reality whenever something bad would rear its ugly head and peer in, or when she simply was bored. She suddenly heard the closing of her door and looked to the left, pausing on munching her popcorn. There stood her brother Lucas, who was 14 years old. "What is it?" She could still hear her father's yelling from outside her door. "Dad scaring you?" He let out a chuckle. "No way. I think we're both used to his yelling by now." There was a long pause. "So why are you in here?" He played with his sleeve slightly and twitched a bit. "I have to ask you something." He trained his eyes on her. She frowned slightly, growing impatient with her brother interrupting her moving drawing. "What?" He moved a little closer. "You said you wanted to be cool and grown up, like a teenager, right?" She nodded and suddenly brightened up slightly. "Well, I have an offer." "Just spit it out, you dimwit." Please hold. I have to. The next line. Wait, give me a second. I'm reading a little bit more of this creepypasta, and I am realizing that it is completely fucked up. And I am not gonna continue reading it. Holy shit. This is the one that we were reading, but one sentence told me that no, I shall not do that. I wanna read more horror. And that one, okay, this one is, oh. Yeah, I know creepypastas are in general fucked up, but that one, if I'm not mistaken from the wordings, there might have been some sort of trigger warning, like triggering things happen, okay? Like very bad triggering things happen. So I don't want to continue that. Playing Ark and listening to Lily ASMR is a very interesting combo. I hope it's a good combo though. I hope. Unfortunately, Bacon, the love command is still on a cooldown for you. Spice, can you let Neo out of the jail, please? His love has come up. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, I like creepy pastas that are actually like creepy. I like the supernatural ones, you know? But the creepy pastas that have some sort of like triggering violence going on, I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh my god. We can let Alaska out as well. I was so sure that Alaska was sleeping. Okay. Supernatural. Yeah, for example, Slenderman. I do like Slenderman. For example, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to, like, from the creepypasta website, it's hard to like identify what is just like a triggering, like what could be triggering and what is not, you know. Oh, you're doing comms at the same time on the side. Yeah, if you haven't checked out Alaska's beautiful art, I highly recommend commissioning her. That actually reminds me. Spare me. Okay, this one time I will spare you. That actually reminds me. Wait. Now that I remember. Da, 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 da. Imagine jailing your mod. No, she jails herself. She if she needs to go into the jail, she jails herself. You're going to? What, go into the jail? Wait, give me a second. I need to do this now that I still remember, because y'all know me. Hey, let me, okay. If you're new here and you don't really know me that well, I have a really bad memory. I got a lot of mental illness going on that suppresses my memory, so if I don't do some things immediately, you know, if I don't do it immediately, I forget to do it. And at this moment, I had to commission. I had to commission a specific emo from Alaska that she just brought out to be able to commission to. Oh yeah, to commission Alaska. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes, please do. Honestly. Listen. I need that emote. I told you immediately. I need it. I need to get it. Oh, that reminds me. Oh my god, I need to commission the other emote as well. Oh lord, please. I'm sorry. Like I said, if I don't do that now, I'll forget it again. Yeah, we're gonna do another story. I already found another one. This is estimated reading time is 6 minutes, and this one is tagged as beings and entities, monster creatures, cryptids. So this one should not be triggering. Just give me a second. Since last month we had the subathon, and y'all gracefully, what's the word? Gracefully? Not gracefully. What am I saying? Y'all hit the goal for the feet emote. That is what I'm trying to say. Now I need to commission said feet emote. Let's see. I had one that I saved up. Okay, a question though. Animated or non-animated one? I have animated slots though. Okay, do I have it here? Which one is this one that I have here? Animated? Oh, bloody hell. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? I better see that emo being your number one used emo from this channel. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I really do want to get more emotes. Okay, this is the one that I was thinking. Is this animated one? I think this is the one that I was thinking. How much? Where is it? Is this just animated? Wait, it's just. Wait. I'm trying to read. I'm blind. Brain. It just. Yeah. Am I like tripping? Wait, Spice, Spice, can I DM you? I think this is the one that I already DM'd you earlier, like when I was like looking up the ones. Is that an animated one? Or am I tripping? Because I feel like now I'm tripping. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, what the fuck? Why did it show it? Hold on. I linked the wrong thing. Please hold. Please give me like 5 years. This one. Now you should be able to see it as well. Oh yeah. 5 years. I'm sorry. Am I tripping? But then again, regarding the price, I would assume that that's fully animated. Okay. I'm gonna check that in a second again. I'm gonna read the other creepypasta now. The other one that we found. We're gonna do some more as well. But for now. So this one is called Eyeless Jack. You wake alone in your room, disturbed by some noise close to your bed. At first, when you open your eyes, all you see is darkness and black. You stare straight up and listen, straining your ears to pick up the faintest and the smallest of sounds. The sounds on the edge of hearing. The sounds of noise being withheld, of something deliberately trying to be silent, to stalk, and to hunt. Your eyes begin to adjust. You still see only darkness, but now With terror, you begin to realize it is not the darkness of the room, but the dark, empty void staring out from the hollow eye sockets of the thing leaning over your bed. This also has an overview. One of the most notorious mainstream creepypasta villains, Eyeless Jack, is a humanoid entity who removes the organs of his victims and eats them. The character's moniker comes from the fact that he appears in a hoodie, wearing a blue mask open at the eye sockets, which, though they are leaking a black fluid, are entirely empty. In later fan-made variants on the original story, Eyeless Jack is commonly found standing at the foot of the bed or leaning over his sleeping victim. That's a lovely thought to have in your mind when you go to sleep later tonight. And you just wait for Eyeless Jack to come over and stare at you. Okay, that was a bit creepy. Oh my goodness. That's a good one. You know what came into my mind? I hope there's pictures in the story, because the first time I read about Eyeless Jack, there was a photo. There is actually a picture here. I like the picture. There's also like a YouTube video here. I assume that it's where that story is also being told. Y'all, something came into my mind. Something came into my mind. I know that we have people here that are interested in folklore of countries. Then is it what? There is a Finnish folklore called Kalevala. If you, like, for example, know Alan Wake. I was thinking, if I could find that in English, would you be interested of hearing me read out Kalevala to you? It is a very fucking long, though, so I wouldn't be able to do it in one sitting. But if I can find it, I could read it. It is time for me to fall asleep to Lily time. Yes. Okay, let's see. Like there's just like a poem, but then there's also a full-on book about it. It's not that story. The story I've first experienced had a person running away from Eyeless Jack, and it was so fucking terrifying. Oh, okay. Is this the one? Possibly. Contents. Wait, is this actually the one? Oh shit, this quality is shit. I don't want to like buy a whole ass fucking book just to read this. Okay, wait. I think I found it. Kalevala, the epic poem of Finland into English. Okay, we could. Totally. Okay, give me a second. We need to also run some ads. So I could do that, I think, about now. It's not really spooky. So the thing is with Kalevala, it's not spooky. From what I recall. But it is really, really nice. I like it a lot. Okay. Let me quickly pop on some ads for you. I'm gonna give you a raffle as well. And we're gonna wait until those are done. Okay? Oh, it's with a K. Just a second. Ba-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. This is so bright in my eyes. Okay. Move this. Okay, welcome back from the outbreak. So, I tried to Google definition of Kalevala. The word origin is Finnish from Kaleva of a hero plus la, the ending of the word, a dwelling place, home. The land of the hero Kaleva who performed legendary exploits, or the Finnish national epic in which these exploits are recounted, compiled by Elias Lönnrot from folk poetry. So it doesn't really have a proper translation, so to say. But I honestly think this is it. I think this is it. This is fucking long, and it also has the actual poem at the end, like the proper poem. If y'all want, I can start reading this. If you want, indeed. But we won't finish it today. It has a preface and then is a poem, and then there's runes until they're I need to wait, what is that number even? I don't even know that number. Until 50. Runes until 50. So it's really, really long. Maybe we end with this one. No, I can't read this in one sitting, in one stream, unfortunately. No, it's way, way long. But I can read a little bit of it if you want. Then if we do another ASMR stream at some point, we can read more of it. You know? Could do that, for example. The other creepypasta, we finished those. True. I mean, if you want, we can also read some creepypasta. It's like completely up to you. What would you all like to hear? I had 9 stories, but they were all super short. I don't want to read them. They're like all like a minute for some reason. So I don't want to read them. So I can always find more. It's not that easy. Not that easy, not that hard. I mean, I can always look for more from here. Like I found another one already. That's like 11 minutes. Spice. What the hell? Spice. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Dolly. Dolly, enjoy your viewing. You're so bad in your emotes. Hi, Corn. What do you mean it's gonna be a weird one today? What do you mean? Dolly, the one that you suggested, it's over 30 minutes reading. I fear that's a little bit too long for me. Because I can barely read like 5 minutes without stumbling every single freaking word. Ew. I made that one sound and immediately I was like, what the fuck? I had to take my headphones off. Oh, yeah, it is an ASMR stream. So, yeah. Everything is going to be in your eardrums. When I'm actual grown up, and when I have actual grown up a lot of money, I mean, when I have a job again, I would love to do more ASMR and get a 3DO mic. That way, I could be so much more in your ears. There's a video and a story I recommended if you're interested to share it in the Discord. Yeah, you can share it in the Discord for sure. You've never been to one before? Welcome on in. Welcome. I hope you're doing well today, Corn. I'm actually surprised how easily I can do that. Hi, Bashi. Congrats on getting you daylilies. Hello. Welcome on in. I don't know what that is, Corn. Into media. It's actually someone drawing and reading the story. So you'll have visuals too. Thank you. I'll take a look. Yes. Have a lovely time. Thank you for popping in. Thank you. Hi, Lobo. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. Lumo debuted their human VTuber today. Please go check it out. It's so gorgeous. Mwah. Bellissima. Hi, Lumo. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Do you think I need to give it one more? Just one more shout out, you know? Just one more. What can I say? Did you ever show up there? No. I just wanted to give many shout outs. I hope you had a good debut. I hope it was really good. You're so eepy. You showered and cried. I bet you are eepy. I hope you have the best eeps when you do go to sleep. Of course. Of course. Seriously, if you're not following Lumo already, please go drop them a follow. They're amazing. Amazing. Lumo, we need to play soon and do the thing. We need to do that thing. Yeah. I'm sorry. That was a proper gremlin. I wonder if I could. Wait. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Is that bad? Does it sound okay? I really am not sure. It's scratching your brain. Does this make any sounds anymore? Thank you for the follow. Hi, ghost. Well, come on in. Congrats on getting your daily lilies. I think I like the sound without my little filter. I like that. Should we? Should we read some more creepypasta? We could do it without the echo. And then I think after this, I could take a little BRB and stretch my legs a little bit. These two that I found are both like 8 minutes long. About, I can't, or like 10 minutes. Let's go this one. Let's go this one. Let's read this one. The name is Three Go In. Sneaking into the abandoned house had been a simple affair. Just prying a few loose boards from a window and slipping in through over the broken glass. No big deal. But now it seemed impossible to get out. The window had vanished, leaving instead a wall covered in peeling paint with deep scratches on it, as if someone with long nails had been raking the walls over and over. I stared at the rooms available to us: a living room, a kitchen, a foyer, and an upstairs bedroom. All other doors were locked and seemingly barred. The upstairs had two other doors, but when opened, they only led brick and mortar walls. Tammy began to cry, and Clarissa called out asking me what to do. I didn't know what to do. The whole world went silent for a moment, an eerie form of silence that I had never heard before. I wriggled a finger into my ear, hoping I could get it to pop, but no such luck. Then I heard a harsh whisper from right behind me. Turning, all I saw was cracked kitchen counter and a rusted oven. But atop that was a wooden block with a set of knives, along with a cleaver that looked as clean and sharp as the day it was made. A skin-twisting chill fell over me as my arm seemed to lift up on its own, landing on the handle of the heavy blade. My eyes fluttered shut, and the images of visceral horror peeled through my mind, chopping the girls up and leaving them here in the living room, their blood seeping into the carpet. A door would open. Yes, yes, that was the way out. I opened my eyes to find Clarissa standing in the room, her eyes fluttering open as well. The look on her face is a mask of frigid determination. She has a pipe, from where I have no idea, which she's holding by her side like one would with a baseball bat. I look at her, slowly pulling the cleaver off the oven with a grinding noise as the polished steel grates against the rusted out iron. We stare at each other for a few moments, neither of us moving beyond blinking. She finally spoke up. Tammy? She's not doing good in here, Clarissa said, eyes darting over her shoulder into the living room where Tammy could be heard bawling. We need to get her out of here. I need to get out of here. You think I can't get her out of here? I ask, somewhat accusingly. My hand twitches. The cleaver swings in my grip heavily. Clarissa, eyes wild in her head, brings up a hand to wipe away some of her golden locks out of her eyes. I think you can. I think you know the way out just as well as I do. My eyes never leave hers. She brings up the pipe, holding it with both hands. She's calm, entirely too calm. Now just stay still and we'll be able to be free soon, okay? We just need to knock you out. You mean kill me, don't you? I half ask, smiling when I see her twitch. You had the vision too, didn't you? We don't have to do this, Clarissa. We can figure out a way. We can figure a way out that doesn't involve killing each other. You think I wanted to end this way? You were always a cool dude. Always at a place me and Tammy could hang and just relax. But now this house has trapped us. Clarissa began to rend, edging closer to me as she spoke, her voice growing louder, shriller. You brought us here. You should be the one that has to pay the price to let us out. Maybe if I kill you, I won't have to kill Tammy. My blood runs cold as I hear Clarissa say that. Whatever sent those thoughts into our minds made it very clear that if one of us wanted to live, the other two had to die. I lunge forward, one hand grabbing the end of the pipe so Clarissa can't swing it, while the other hand brings the cleaver down onto her left arm, just in her inner elbow. Muscles and tendons snap as the heavy blade sinks through her porcelain flesh, cleaving through bone as it tears the forearm completely off, leaving only a bloody stump in its place. Clarissa screams, struggling to maintain her hold on the pipe while doing her best not to slip on the bloody linoleum. Her vital fluids pushing out of her body at a rapid pace as her stump just crimson all over me and her. The hot droplets sizzle on my skin as I kick at her knees, slipping in the blood as I do so. We both topple on to the ground, the cleaver sliding along the linoleum far behind Clarissa. Madness in her eyes, she scratches at my face with her one good hand, abandoning the pipe as she merely howls her rage against me, cutting my cheeks and lips with her carefully manicured hands. I've always been brought up to not hit a lady, but as my fist crunches into her nose, I can't help but feel satisfied as she slumps against me. Her head wiggles back and forth as her eyes lose focus, her mouth dropping open as she lets out a moan. I punch her again, teeth flying from her mouth as I cut my hand on her incisors. Her head rocking back and forth, but a moment as the blow causes her to groan even louder. I begin to panic as she drapes herself over me, her head moving like that of a snake as it bobs back and forth. I reach up and grip onto the side of her head, ignoring her hand still attached to my shirt and begin pushing her back. I don't know what kind of crazy mojo is going on, but she just won't stay down. Thinking of all those zombie movies, I do my best to snap her neck, the pops and cracks emanating from her throat marking my progress. Suddenly, droplets of blood begin raining down from her hair, which has become strawberry blonde due to the massive wound gushing fluids out on the back of her skull. I feel her head wiggle in my hands, slimy and hot with crimson blood that smears into her skin as I do my best to shake her away from me. I hear a gasp and a sick noise akin to a watermelon being thrown against the brick wall, and finally, Clarissa goes limp. I roll her off of me just in time to see Tammy, all 5 feet of her, drenched in blood and gray matter, wielding my cleaver like an axe from a Viking armory. She's breathing heavy, her black hair marred by blood smeared into it, her normally tan skin smudged with pasty liquid goo that had once rested inside of the skull of her girlfriend. Bits of bone still stick to the cleaver's blade, hanging on by the congealed blood that has slithered onto the blade as it wiggled in her girlfriend's head. I realize now that I have been pushing the cleaver in deeper onto her skull with my punches, and there were no strange or unnatural reasons she had been attacking me. It just been my imagination. The ceiling groans once more as something shuffles upstairs, causing me to look up the ceiling dust falling from the rafters. I smile, moving my hand up to wipe away the gore that was plastering my hair to my face. Shlunk. I scream as the cleaver sinks into my muscled forearm, blood spurting out in wide arcs straining the walls in Tammy's face. The feral look in her eyes tells me Clarissa and I weren't the only ones to have the vision. I roll onto the side, yanking the cleaver free from her hands as I cradle my injured arm to my body, the handle dragging on the greasy linoleum as I take a knee and stare at Tammy, watching her breathe in and out as if she'd been running for miles. Her minute frame, while delicate looking, is strong as any athlete due to her years of gymnast. Her head jerks to the side as her eyes roll about in her head, her tongue dancing out on her lips, lapping up the blood spilled over her. "Please," she said, her tone pleading, yet angry. "Please just let me live. All you have to do is close your eyes. I'll make it fast." "Tammy, no. We don't have to do this," I cry out, reaching up and wiggling the cleaver free of my arm. My right forearm is useless to me as of the moment, as all it's doing is bleeding steady supply of vermilion from my veins. Tammy's head twitched to the side, her neck popping in a horrid cracking noise. "You don't understand. I need to live. You'll understand one day. Don't worry though. You lose track of time in here. What are you talking about? Tammy, we need to see what we can do about getting out of here. We have the tools now. We could maybe break into one of the rooms upstairs, see if there's a window. No, she grunted, bending low to smack her hands into the sticky mess on the floor. No going upstairs. That's where it dwells. I can't ask anything further as Tammy rushes at me on all fours, one hand gripping Clarissa's severed forearm like a club. She swings it at me, clocking me into the side of the head to the point of me seeing stars. I whip the cleaver out in a wide arc, hoping to drive Tammy back, but instead I slice deep into her belly through her white halter top shirt. My skin begins to crawl when I see that she doesn't spill blood, but maggots in a torrential stream at her feet. Ignoring her strange wound, she lunges forward and bites me, her teeth sinking into my neck as she jerks her head back and forth. My warm blood spurting into her mouth and out the sides as she clamps down on an artery. I punch into her gut with my good arm, the cleaver tearing the hole even wider, and yank it to the side, slicing through her flank as if it were dried parchment. She lets go, dropping to the ground, twitching as the flow of maggots becomes a surge of blood, her maddened eyes shifting back to the scared girl I knew. She clutches her side with her hands, as if trying to press the ruined flesh back together before looking up at me. She tries to speak, but can't seem to find the energy as the light fades from her eyes, her body going limp before she can utter a single word. Dropping the cleaver, I hold my torn forearm close to my chest and press down on the wound. The whole house groans and shifts as if a horrible wind is beating against the walls of the old house. I look around, ignoring the splattering of blood and the chipped pieces of bone scattered about. Well, I killed them both. Don't I get to leave? I call out loudly, my voice wavering. Silence is my only answer, which is shortly mended as the creaking of a door catches my attention. Padding slowly into the foyer, I see the front door is opened a few inches, revealing the desolated street outside of the house. Looking back, I wonder if I should try and retrieve my friends' bodies. A low groan from upstairs settles that question as I race out into the street and the door slamming behind me on its own accord as I stumble through the tall grass of the abandoned home's front yard. Looking back at the house as I reach the sidewalk, I'm startled when I see Clarissa and Tammy on the second floor at the wide window, banging on the glass and screaming for help. Several other, less discernible forms are doing the same, all gathered around the glass and staring down at me, trying to entice me to aid them. I'm sorry, I say out loud, hoping Tammy could hear me. I can't help you, but maybe I can get someone who can. I turn and make my way slowly back into more populated areas of town where I know I have to go to a doctor to get patched up. But as soon as I'm able, I'm going to spread the rumors about the old house and the ghost I saw within. Hopefully, it will entice others to go in and see what I saw, and maybe, just maybe, Tammy's spirit will be free when one of the survivors exit the building. I smile slightly as I hear the terrified sobs within my own head of the boy I'm currently possessing. His desire to make sure Tammy is safe was the only thing that had me hoping for a way out that didn't involve killing her. Now that I'm free, I'll work on his wishes and send more kids into the house to give his little friends all the chances she needs to be free. Amazing. Oh my god. Hi, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hi, Kurt. What a perfect timing. What a perfect timing. Let me give you another shout out. Hi. How was your stream? Welcome on in. Hi, Dolly. Hi, Yokoniso. Hi, Kira. Hi, Kurt. Hello. Welcome. If you are new here, my name is Lily. I am a variety streamer from Finland. I usually play DBD, occasional variety games, and welcome to my first ever ASMR stream. You came in at a perfect time. We were reading a creepypasta called 3 Go In. And that was really good, in my opinion. It was good. I'm glad to hear. I was lurking there a little bit. The game that you were playing with Kiri is a lot of fun. I played it a little bit. First time here, actually. Is it now? Also, I have to say, midst reading that creepypasta, I had a deja vu feeling. And it made me giggle, and I had to try and hold it in. I was holding it in so hard. No, but Neo, you are already out of jail. You already had one love. That was like 90 or something. It was really high. Yeah. I don't know. I think, yeah. I think I actually saw a dream. Yeah. Neo is gonna fuck Kurt, marry Gothic, and kill Alvarin. No. Yeah. Yeah, I remember as well. I remember we unjailed Neo. I remember you had a love that was over 50. I have, yeah. but second time. Congratulations. Gary's gonna fuck Ko-Fi, marry Jiro, and no killing Storm. No. You've been experiencing a lot of deja lately. Damn. I haven't had it in a while. That was my first one in a while. Gary's crushing on Lord. Neo's crushing on ASMR Lover. Dolly's gonna fuck themselves. Mary stream elements and killing nerdy shy guy. No. Call me Andre, I suppose. True. I also did say that after that creepy pasta, I would take a little BRB and stretch my legs and get more water. And if you if any of you beautiful raiders do need to raid around, don't be afraid to go and do so. Please take care of your potion duties. Go drink some water. Go eat something. If you're gonna go outside, maybe touch some grass or some ass. You're more than welcome to. Yeah. Some ass. I'm gonna take a little BRB. I would say like 5 minutes BRB. I need to stretch my legs, get some water, go to the restroom. There's also one little tingly sound thing that I was thinking that I wanted to get and see if I can make it work. So I'm gonna do that as well. I'm gonna run some ads while I'm gone. I'm gonna give you a raffle, get some gamble points, okay? This is a perfect time to also stretch your legs, get a snack, get a little drink, or just get more cozy, okay? I'll be right back. you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. What the hell? You have earned your name onto the model. Wait, no, this is the wrong name. I need to add your name. Hold. Thank you. And you also have words. You've also earned an So let me do that. Hi, LSC. Hi. It's okay. Thank you so much again for the 5 gifted. If you are here and you got gifted a sub, please say thank you. Hey, Lucy, congrats on getting your daily lilies. How you doing today? Wait, I have a reason for this. I'm doing good. Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you? How are you? How are you? Do this, do that, do this, close this, move this, go here, do that, open this, do this, close, move, press buttons. Go here, do this, do that, and then we go. What? Wait, baby. Wait. Wait the fit. Hey. What the? Where? There we go. You can hear the dog moving. Oh my god. Don't mind it. Let me put on titties. There we go. Nice. Titties. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. You're tired. No. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know if this is a good place to be if you're tired. You got the animated titties as well. What the fuck? you for the headband, Sylph. Hi. Bye. Can you guess what I'm doing? If you know what I'm doing, you know your sounds. Hi, Pookie Bear. Congrats on getting your daily. What the fuck? Congrats on getting your daily lilies. That's hilarious. Wait, I want to scroll back. Oh my god, Emmy! Ruff, ruff. Hi, Emmy. Hello. Hello. Hi. disgusting things. I need to plug in my headset again. It's dying. Fucking again. Thank you for the lurking. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I can move my things. And then we could read another creepypasta. If you'd like. Give me a second. Not gonna lie, I would have thought that we would have had more rolling R's and praising redeemed. Side note. Not that we specifically have to have, you know? Did I read the last creepypasta with the echo or no echo? Does anyone remember? I have no memory. Like I said, my memory is so fucking bad. I don't remember. I have no memory. Also, oh my fucking god. I completely forgot to say hello to Zai. Hi Zai. If you're here and you're listening, hi. I'm really sorry that I didn't say hello immediately. I was just stuck in the reading. And then I remember that I said hello to you in my head, but I forgot to say anything out loud. But hi, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Maybe we'll do this one without the echo. This one is called Laughing Jack. And this is also give or take give or take 10 minutes. Mm. It was a nice summer day. My 5-year-old son James was playing outside in the backyard of our suburban home. James has always been a quiet boy. He plays by himself mostly. He never had many friends, but he always had a wild imagination. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido when I heard what sounded like James talking to someone in the backyard. I'm not sure who it could have I'm not sure who it was he could be talking to. Could he have finally made a friend? Being a single mom, it's hard for me to always keep an eye on my son, so I decided to go outside and check on him. When I went into the backyard, I was a bit confused because James was the only person back there. Was he talking to himself? I could have sworn I heard another voice. James, it's time to come inside, I called out to him. He came inside and sat down at the kitchen table. It was about lunchtime, so I decided to make him a turkey sandwich. James, who were you talking to out there? I asked. James looked up for a moment. I was playing with my new friend, he said, smiling. I poured him some milk and continued to pry as any good mother would. Does your friend have a name? Why didn't you ask him to have lunch with us? I asked. James stared at me for a moment before replying. His name is Laughing Jack. I was a bit taken back by what he said. Oh, that's a strange name. What does your friend look like? I asked, a bit confused. He's a clown. He has long hair and a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with stripy socks, and he always smiles. I realized my son was talking about an imaginary friend. I suppose it is normal for kids his age to have imaginary friends, especially when he has no real kids to play with. It's probably just a phase. The rest of the day went by as per usual, and it was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and made sure to turn on his nightlight before I closed the door. I was pretty tired myself, so I decided to go to bed not long after I had an awful nightmare. It was dark. I was in some kind of rundown amusement park. I was scared, running through endless fields of empty tents, broken down rides, and abandoned game huts. The whole place had a horrible look to it. Everything was black and white. The prize stuffed animals all hung from nooses in the game huts, all with sick grins stitched onto their faces. It felt like the whole park was looking at me, even though there wasn't another living thing in sight. Then suddenly I began to hear music play. The sounds of Pop Goes the Weasel being played on a squeeze box echoed through the park. It was hypnotizing. I followed its tune to the circus tent, almost in a trance, unable to stop my legs from moving forward. It was pitch black. The only light came from a single spotlight shining on the corner of the big top. As I walked toward the light, the music slowed down. I found myself singing along, unable to stop. All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey, though, 'twas all in fun. The music stopped right before its climax, and suddenly the lights shot on. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small dark silhouette shuffle towards me. Then another one appeared, and another, and another. There were dozens of them, all coming towards me. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen. All I could do was watch as the haunting figures draw nearer. As they got closer, I could see that they were children. Me too would be terrified to see a lot of children. Me too. As I looked at each one, I noticed they were all horribly disfigured and mutilated. Some had cuts all over the body, others were severely burned, and others were missing limbs, even eyes. The children enveloped me, clawing at my flesh, dragging me? Dragging me to the ground and tearing inside me. As the children tore me apart and I faded away, all I could hear was laughter. Horrible, awful, evil laughter. I woke up next morning in a cold sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, I looked over and saw that a few of James' action figures were positioned facing me on top of my nightstand. I sighed. James had probably woken up early and put these here. I gathered up the toys and made my way to James' room. However, when I opened the door, James was sound asleep. I just shrugged and placed the toys back into his toy box and headed out to the living room. A little while later, James woke up and I made him his breakfast. He was quiet and seemed a bit groggy. Perhaps he didn't sleep well either. I decided to ask him about the toys. James, honey, did you put the toys in Mommy's room this morning? His eyes shut up at me for a moment, then quickly glanced back down at his cereal. Laughing Jack did it. I rolled my eyes and responded, well, you tell Laughing Jack to keep the toys in your room. James nodded and finished up his breakfast, then decided to go play out in the backyard. I went to relax in the living room, and I must have dozed off because I woke up a couple hours later. Shit, I need to check on James. I was a bit worried. It had been over 2 hours and I haven't checked on him. Stepped out into the backyard, but James wasn't there anymore. I was getting nervous, so I called out to him. James, where are you? Just then I heard a giggle come from the front yard. I rushed through the gate, around to the front of the house. James was sitting on the sidewalk. I breathed a sigh of a relief and walked over to him. James, how many times have I told you to stay in the back here? James, what are you eating? James looked up at me, then reached into his pockets and pulled out a handful of hard candies in all colors. This made me very nervous. James, who gave you candy? James just stared at me, not speaking. James, please tell Mommy, where did you got that candy? James hung his head down and said, "Laughing Jack gave it to me." My heart sunk. I kneeled down to look him in the eye. "James, I've had enough of this damn Laughing Jack thing. He is not real. Now this is a very serious situation and I need to know who gave you the candy." I could see my son's eyes tear up. "But Mama, Laughing Jack did give me the candy." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. James has never lied to me, but what he's telling me is impossible. I make him spit out the candy and I throw the rest away. James appears to be fine. Maybe I'm just overreacting. After all, he could have gotten it from Tom and Linda from next door or Mr. Walker down the street. Either way, I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on James. That night, I put James to bed as usual and decided to go to bed early myself. Suddenly, I was woken up by a loud bang coming from the kitchen. I sprung out of the bed and hurried down the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, I was horrified. Everything on the counters had been thrown onto the floor, and our dog Fido hung dead from the light fixture. His stomach was cut open and stuffed with candy, the same type that James was eating earlier that day. My shock was quickly broken by a sharp scream coming from James' room, followed by loud crashes. I quickly grabbed the knife from the drawer and moved up the stairs with the speed that only mother whose child is in danger could have. I burst through the door and flicked on the lights. Everything in the room was knocked over and tossed on the floor, my poor son in his bed crying and shaking with fear, a pool of urine staining the sheets. I scooped my child up and ran out of the house, went next door to Tom and Linda's house. Luckily, they were still awake. They let me use their phone and I called the police. It didn't take them long to arrive, and I explained what had happened. They looked at me if I were crazy. They searched the house, but all they found was a dead dog and two trashed rooms. The officer told me that someone had probably gotten into the house and done this right before making a quick escape when they heard me coming up the stairs. I knew it wasn't true. All the doors were locked. None of the windows were open. Whatever was in my house didn't come from outside. The next day, James stayed inside. I didn't want him to leave my sight. I went into the garage and found his old baby monitor and set it up in his room. If anything comes into it tonight, I was going to be able to hear it. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the largest knife from the drawer and put it on my nightstand. Imaginary friend or not, I'm not letting anything hurt my little boy. Soon enough, night came. I put James to bed. He was afraid, but I promised him that I wasn't going to let anything happen to him. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, turned on the nightlight. Before closing the door, I whispered to him, "Good night, James. I love you." I tried to stay up as long as I could, but after a few hours, I felt myself drifting off. My baby would be safe for the night and I needed to sleep. Just as I laid my head on the pillow, I heard a soft noise come from the baby monitor I had put on my nightstand. At first, it sounded like interference, like the kind a radio would make. Then it turned into a soft moan. Was James asleep? Then I heard it. The laugh from my nightmare. That horrible laugh. I sprung up from the bed and grabbed the knife from under my pillow. I rushed over to James's room and cracked the door open. I tried the light switch, but it wouldn't come on. I took a step in and I could feel the warm, thick liquid on my feet. Suddenly, James's nightlight came on and I could see the absolute horror laid out in front of me. James' body was nailed up on the wall, the nails piercing through his hands and feet. His chest was cut open, and his organs hung down to the floor. His eyes and tongue had been removed along with most of his teeth. I was disgusted. I could hardly believe this was my baby boy. Then I heard it again. The soft, desperate moan. James was still alive. My baby. My poor baby. In so much pain, barely clinging to life. I ran across the room and vomited on the floor, but my sickness was interrupted by a horrible cackle coming from behind me. I spun around while still wiping bile from my mouth. Then, out of the shadows, emerged the fiend responsible for all this horror, Laughing Jack. His ghost white skin and matted black hair hung down to his shoulders. He had piercing white eyes surrounded by dark black rings. His twisted smile revealed a row of sharp, jagged teeth, and his skin didn't look like a skin at all. It almost looked like rubber or plastic. He wore a patchy black and white clown outfit with striped sleeve and socks. His body itself was grotesque, his long arms hanging down past his waist, and the way he was poised made him look almost boneless, like a rag doll. He let out a sickening laugh as if to let me know he was pleased with my reaction to his work. He then turned around slowly in front of James and began to laugh even more at the horrific sight he had laid out. That was enough to shake me from my terror. I snapped, "Get away from him, you bastard." I rushed at the monster, raising the knife above my head and stabbed down at him. But as soon as the knife touched him, he disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. The knife passed right through and pierced James' still beating heart, splashing the warm blood on my face. No. What have I done? My poor baby. I killed my baby. I immediately fell to my knees, and I could hear sirens in the distance growing louder. My boy, my sweet baby boy. I promised Mommy would protect you, but I failed. I'm sorry, James. I'm so sorry. Police soon arrived to find me in front of my son, still wielding the knife covered in my baby's blood. The trial was short. Insanity. I was placed in the Purifilus house of the criminally insane, where I've been for the past 2 months. It's not so bad here. The only reason I'm awake now is because someone is playing Pop Goes the Weasel outside my window. I'll talk to the orderlies about it in the morning. Hi, Tuka. Welcome on in. Not really a sad story. We're reading some creepypastas. Well, I guess that was also sad, but creepy and twisted. Congrats on getting a daily lilies. Hi, Dwayne, as well. Congrats on getting a daily lilies. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the lurking as well, Bacon. Thank you, thank you. That was unexpected, honestly. Unexpected ending, in my opinion. Mm. You can probably hear me drinking. I had to. I had to drink. I've been reading so much and talking that I feel like I need to drink constantly. I need to drink, and drink some more. How are we feeling? How are we liking it so far? What are the vibes for the stream? Wait, can I actually hold on? Give me a second. I really want to hear how are y'all feeling. I'm gonna do. Where is it? Here. Enjoy your lurkies and your midnight snack. I want to hear how are y'all feeling? You can anonymously vote on the poll. I'm not gonna check who's voting what, but I would love to hear how are you liking it so far? Are you enjoying the stream? Are you enjoying the bit of ASMR that's happening? Are you enjoying my voice just piercing your ears? With an occasional creepy pasta and some little sound triggerings. I put, I think, 5 minutes for the poll. So you have time to vote. Please vote on the poll. I would love to hear. I genuinely would. Thank you for the lurk. Refresh. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so far, liking it. And glad to hear that. Before I do more reading, think I'm gonna do more sounds. Yes, go to sleep. Good night, Tuka. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Thank you for the lurking. Oh, Ro, you fished to sneeze. Wait, is she? What is she doing? Hold on. What the dog doing? I'm sorry. The dog is going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm sorry. The dog is really going. I need to run ads real quickly, and those will be the last ads because I don't think I'm gonna stream for too much longer. After the ads, I could start reading the Kalevala or the preface of it that we were talking about. If that would be good. Okay, let me run the ads. Here is a raffle. Join on the raffle. Get some gamble points. Hi Esther. Congrats on getting your daily lilies. Congrats, sister, for winning the raffle. Welcome back from the app break. Let me quickly, hold on. Give me a second. Okay. So, I asked if I should read the Finnish folklore called Kalevala in English. And it was quite unanimous in that I should read it. So we're gonna do that. I'm not gonna read the whole thing because it's long. Okay, it's really long. But we're gonna start with the first room, or in Finnish we call them poems. Like these are all just poems, and it starts with the birth of Väinämöinen. Oh, I lost my place. Where was I? Give me a second. I freaking lost it immediately. There we go. No, wrong place. Hold on. Wait, here. Here we go. Rune 1. Rune 1, Birth of Väinämöinen. In primeval times, a maiden, beauteous daughter of the ether, passed for ages her existence. In the great expanse of heaven, o'er prairies yet enfolded, wearisome the maiden growing, her existence sad and hopeless, thus alone to live for ages, in the infinite expanses of the air above the sea foam. In the air as outstretching spaces, in a solitude of ether, she descended to the ocean, waves her coach and weaves her pillow. Thereupon the rising storm wind, flying from the east in fierceness, whips the ocean in surges, strikes the stars with sprays of ocean, till the waves are white with fervor. To and fro they toss the maiden, storm encircled, hapless maiden. With her sport the rolling billows, with her play the storm wind forces. On the blue back of the wet waters, on the wide weathered waves of ocean, play the forces of the salt sea, with the lone and helpless maiden, till at last in full conception. Union now of force and beauty, sink the storm winds into slumber. Overburdened now the maiden, cannot rise above the surface. 700 years she wandered, ages 9 of man's existence, swam the ocean hither thither, could not rise above the waters. Conscious only of her travail, 700 years she labored, ere her firstborn was delivered. Thus she swam as water mother, toward the east and also southward, toward the west and also northward. Swam the sea in all directions, frightened at the strife of storm winds. Swam in travail, swam unceasing, ere her firstborn was delivered. Then began she gently weeping, spake these measures heavy-hearted. Woe is me, my life hard fated, woe is me, in this my travail. Into what have I now fallen? Woe is me that I unhappy, left my home in subtle ether, came to dwell amid the sea foam, to be tossed by rolling billows, to be rocked by winds and waters. On the far outstretching waters, the salt sea vast expanses, knowing only pain and trouble, better far for me, O Ukko. Were I maiden in the ether, than within these ocean spaces, to become a water mother. All this life is cold and dreary, painful here is every emotion. As I linger in the waters, as I wander through the ocean. Ukko, thou, O God, up yonder, thou the ruler of the heavens, come thou hither, thou art needed. Come thou hither, I implore thee, to deliver me from trouble, to deliver me in travail. Come, I pray thee, hither hasten. Hasten more thou art needed. Hast and help this helpless maiden. When she sees her supplications, scars our moment onward passes. Ere a beauteous duck descending hastens toward the water mother, comes a flying hither, seeks herself a place for nesting. Flies she eastward, flies she westward, circles northward, circles southward. Cannot find a grassy hillock, not the smallest bit of verdure. Cannot find a spot protected, cannot find a place befitting. Hi, Donut. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Where the maker nests in safety. Flying slowly, looking round her, she descries no place for resting, thinking loud and long, debating. And her words are such as follow. Build I in the winds of my dwelling, on the floods my place of nesting. Surely would the winds destroy it. Far away the waves would wash it. Then the daughter of the ether, now the hapless water mother, raised her shoulders out of the water, raised her knees above the ocean, that the duck might build her dwelling, build her nesting place in safety. Thereupon the duck in beauty, flying slowly, looking around her, spies the shoulders of the maiden, sees the knees of Ether's daughter, now the hapless water mother, thinks them to be grassy hillocks on the blue back of the ocean. Am I tripping? Why did it show that We've almost gotten our sub goal. Twitch. Suddenly. How are you doing today, Bacon? Brain. My brain is gone already. My brain is frosted and gone. How are you doing today, Donut? Welcome on in. Welcome to the ASMR stream. I'm currently reading a Finnish folklore called Kalevala in English. So welcome on in. Then she flies and hovers slowly, lightly on the knee she settles, finds a nesting place befitting where to lay her eggs in safety. Here she builds her humble dwelling, lays her eggs within at pleasure. 6 the golden eggs she lays there, then a 7th, an egg of iron. Sits upon her eggs to hatch them, quickly warms them on the kneecap of the hapless water mother, hatches 1 day, then a 2nd, then a 3rd sits and hatches. Warmer grows the water around her, warmer is her bed in ocean. While her knee is firing kindled, and her shoulders too are burning, fire in every vein is coursing. Quick the maiden moves her shoulders, shakes her members in succession, shakes the nest from its foundation, and the eggs fall into ocean, dash in pieces on the bottom of the deep and boundless waters. In the sand they do not perish, not the pieces in the ocean, but transformed in wondrous beauty, all the fragments come together, forming pieces 2 in number, 1 the upper, 1 the lower, equal to 1 the other. From 1/2 the egg, the lower, grows the nether vault of Terra. From the upper half remaining grows the upper vault of heaven. From the white part come the moonbeams, from the yellow part the sunshine, from the motley part the starlight, from the dark part grows the cloudage. The days speed onward swiftly, quickly do the years fly over, from the shining of the new sun, from the lightning of the full moon. Still the daughter of the ether swims the sea as water mother, with the floods outstretched before her, and behind her sky and ocean. Finally, about the 9th year, in the summer of the 10th year, lifts her head above the surface, lifts her forehead from the waters, and begins at last her workings. Now commence her creations. On the azure water ridges, on the mighty waste before her. Where her hand she turned in water, there arose a fertile hillock. Where rose her foot she rested. There she made a hole for fishers. Where she dug beneath the waters, fell the many deeps of ocean. Where upon her side she turned her, there the level banks have risen. Where her head was pointed landward, there appeared wide bays and inlets. When from shore she swam a distance, and upon her back she rested, there the rock she made and fashioned, and the hidden reefs created. Where the ships are wrecked so often, where so many lives have perished. Jesus fucking Christ, this is really hard to read, because it's, if you didn't realize already, it is indeed a poem. It is a Finnish poem. We know that Finnish language is fucking weird, especially like since this was like in the 1800s, like written in the 1800s. It's hard, you know. He's really old language. So it's incredibly hard for me to read. So I'm really sorry. I'm stuttering a lot of my words. I hear it and feel it and see it and everything. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying it though. Thus created were the islands, rocks were fastened in the ocean, pillars of the sky were planted, fields and forests were created. Checkered stone of many colors, gleaming in the silver sunlight. All the rocks stood well established, but the singer, Väinämöinen, had not yet beheld the sunshine, had not seen the golden moonlight, still remaining undelivered. Väinämöinen, old and trusty, lingering within his dungeon, 30 summers altogether, and of winters also 30, peaceful on the waste of waters, on the broad sea yielding bosom, well reflected, long considered, how unborn to live and flourish in the spaces wrapped in darkness, in uncomfortable limits, where he had not seen the moonlight, had not seen the silver sunshine. Thereupon these words he uttered, let himself be heard and wise. Take, O moon, I pray thee, take me. Take me, thou, O sun above me. Take me, thou, O bear of heaven, from this dark and dreary prison, from these unbefitting portals, from this narrow place of resting, from this dark and gloomy dwelling, hence to wander from the sea, hence to walk upon the islands, on the dry land walk and wander, like an ancient hero wander, walk in open air and breathe it, thus to see the moon at evening, thus to see the silver sunlight, thus to see the bear in heaven. That the stars I may consider. Since the moon refused to free him, and the sun would not deliver, nor the great bear give assistance, his existence growing weary, and his life by an annoyance, burst he then the outer portals of his dark and dismal fortress. With his strong and unnamed finger opens he the lock resisting. With the toes upon his left foot, with the fingers of his right hand, creeps he through the yielding portals. Excuse me, spies. What the hell are they? Creeps he through the yielding portals to the threshold of his dwelling. On his knees across the threshold, throws himself head foremost forward, plunges into deeps of ocean, plunges hither, plunges thither, turning with his hand the water, swims he northward, swims he southward, swims he eastward, swims he westward, studying his new surroundings. Spice, thank you so much. What the hell on there? Thank you for the 5 gifted. You get up, because I know you don't like araras, so let me get your name back on my face. Thank you so much. What the hell on there? That is awfully kind of you. Awfully kind of you. Where's my... is it this way? There we go. And we got our gang tattoo back. Thank you so much. Perfect. If you are here and you got gifted a sub, please say thank you to your gifter. Thank you so incredibly much. What the Eliante? Thank you, thank you. Here. Thus our hero reached the water, rested 5 years in the ocean, 6 long years and even 7 years, till the autumn of the 8th year, when at last he leaves the waters, stops upon the promontory, on a coast berthed of verdure. On his knees he leaves the ocean. On the land he plants his right foot, on the solid ground his left foot, quickly turns his hands about him, stands erect to see the sunshine, stands to see the golden moonlight, that he may behold the great bear, that he may the stars consider. Thus our hero Wainamoinen, thus the wonderful enchanter, was delivered from his mother, Ilmatar, the Ether's daughter. Use my Twitch funds to the silly goopers that are still subbed to me. Thank you, silly goopers. Thank you for subbing for Spice. I still can't believe that you use the monies that you get from the subs to your own channel. You use them here. I love this. We come a full circle, almost. I greatly appreciate it. I do. Thank you. And that was the first rune, or the first poem in Kalevala, the birth of our Mr. Hero Väinämöinen. So, if you didn't really understand, so Väinämöinen Burr was born from a woman called Ilmatar, who is basically ether of, like, you know, existence, basically. So yeah. This is the second rune, or the poem, called Väinämöinen's Sowing. I love also that when they've translated this, since they can't use the A's with the dots on top, even though that's the proper way to write it, it's really silly to me. Then arose old Väinämöinen with his feet upon the island, on the island washed by ocean, broad expanse devoid of verdure. There remained his many summers, there he lived as many winters, on the island vast and vacant, well considered, long reflected, though for him should sow the island, who... Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, well considered, long reflected. Who for him should sow the island, who for him the seed should scatter, though at last of Pellervoinen. Pellervoinen, firstborn of the plains and prairies, when a slender boy called Sampsa, who should sow the vacant island, who the forest seeds should scatter. The echo makes it sound like we're in a church. All praise Lily. As it should be. All praise Lily. As it should always be. From here on out. From the start of your day to the end of your day, it's all praise Lily. All plays in place. Vittu. All praise enchantress Lily. Oh my god, Spice. Thank you for the gigantic Calamo. Thank you for the biddies. I shall only praise my Lord Dilly. The fuck? What the fuck? Oh yeah, you gotta add your Vittu button. That sounds so weird. Vittu button. Where's my Vittu button? Here. I press my vittu button. There we go. I don't know. Now I lost where the fuck was I? This is like, it's a white page with just black text like in a freaking long list form, and it's really hard to stay on track. Where the frick was I? Wait. Here. Pellervoinen, thus consenting, sows with diligence the island. Seeds upon the land he scatters, seeds in every swamp and lowland. Forest seeds upon the loose earth, on the firm soil sows the acorns. Fir trees sow the mountains. Pine trees also on the hilltops. Many shrubs in every valley, birches sows he in the marshes. In the loose soil sows the alders, in the lowlands sows the lindens. In the moist earth sows the willow, mountain ash in virgin places. On the banks of the streams the hawthorn, junipers in hilly regions. This is the work of Pellervoinen, slender Samsa in his childhood. So we're sowing a lot of sowing, planting a lot of shit, basically planting a lot of shit. This is a new world, a new island. There's nothing, so we're gonna like plant all the, plants, bushes and trees and shit and flowers and, that's what we're doing. That's what they do. We're not doing shit. We ain't doing shit right now. Listen, I'm yapping here and you're there listening to me yapping, potentially doing something. So we're not really doing much, if you know what I mean. I think I've reached the point where I'm actually like going insane of what I'm like saying. Like it's getting so late, like it's past 1 a.m. for me. So my brain is just like offline. We just go, I don't know. We just go and we just say things right now. Time for eeps. Not yet. I also still need to eat after stream. Not yet. I think after this rune or this poem, I do think I'm gonna end though. I wanna eat, and then I go eeps. I lost my place again. Soon the fertile seeds were sprouting, soon the forest trees were growing, soon appeared the tops of fir trees, and the pines were far outspreading. Birches rose from all the marshes. In the loose soil grew alders. In the mellow soil the lindens. Junipers were also growing, junipers with clustered berries, berries on the hawthorn branches. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome. Now the hero, Väinämöinen, stands aloft to look about him. How the Samsa's seeds are growing, how the crop of Pellervoinen sees the young trees thickly spreading, sees the forest rising beauty. But the oak tree has not sprouted, tree of heaven is not growing, still within the acorn sleeping, its own happiness enjoying. Then he waited 3 nights longer, and as many days he waited till a week had vanished. Then again the work examined, but the oak tree was not growing, had not left her acorn dwelling. He was growing in oak tree, but he was having little issues with that, little issues, I do it like that sometimes. It's hard to grow things, Väinämöinen, ancient hero, spies for maidens in the distance. Water brides he spies the fifth one on the soft and sandy seashore in the dewy grass and flowers, on a point extending seaward near the forests of the island. Some were moving, some were raking what was mown together in a windrow on the meadow. From the ocean rose a giant, mighty Tursas, tall and hardy, pressed compactly all the grassers that the maidens had been raking. When a fire within them kindles, and the flames shot up to heaven, till the wind throws burn to ashes, only ashes now remaining, of the grasses raked together. Raked. In the ashes of the windrows, the tender leaves the giant places. In the leaves he plants an acorn. From the acorn quickly sprouting, grows the oak tree, tall and stately, from the ground enriched by ashes. Newly raked by water maidens, spreadeth the oak tree's many branches, rounds itself a broad corona. Corona? Raises it above storm clouds. Far it stretches out its branches, stops the white clouds in their courses. With its branches hides the sunlight, with its many leaves the moonbeams, and the starlight dies in heaven. Wainamoinen, old and trusty, though a while and well considered, how to kill the mighty oak tree, first created for his pleasure, how to fell the tree majestic, how to lop its 100 branches, sat the lives of man and hero, sat the homes of ocean dwellers. If the sun shines not upon them, if the moonlight does not cheer them, is there not some mighty hero? Was there never born a giant that can fell the mighty oak tree, that can lop its 100 branches? Wainamoinen, deeply thinking, spake these words, soliloquizing. The fuck is that word? Kape, daughter of the ether, ancient mother of my being, Luonnotar, my nurse and helper, loan to me my water forces, great the powers of the waters, loan to me the strength of oceans, to upset this mighty oak tree, to uproot this tree of evil, that again may shine in the sunlight, that the moon once more may glimmer. Straightway rose a form from ocean, rose a hero from the waters, nor belonged he to the largest, nor belonged he to the smallest. Long was he as man's forefinger, taller than the hand of woman. On his head a cap of copper, boots upon his feet were copper, gloves upon his hands were copper, and his stripes were copper colored. Belt around him made of copper, hatchet in his belt was copper, and the handle of his hatchet was as long as hand of woman, of a finger's breadth the blade was. Then the trusty Wainamoinen thought a while and well considered, and his measures are as follow. Art thou, sir, divine or human? Which of these thou only knowest? Tell me what thy name and station. Very like man thou lookest. Hast the bearing of a hero, though the length of man's first finger, scars as tall as hoof of reindeer. What? Then again spake Wainamoinen to the form from the ocean. Verily, I think thee human, of the race of pygmy heroes, might as well be dead or dying, fit for nothing but perish. Answered thus the pygmy hero, spake the small one from the ocean to the valiant Wainamoinen, truly am I god and hero, from the tribes that rule the ocean. Come I here to fell the oak tree, lop its branches with my hatchet. Wainamoinen, old and trusty, answers thus the sea-born hero. Never hast thou force sufficient, not to thee has strength been given, not to uproot this mighty oak tree, to upset this thing of evil, nor to lop its thunder branches. Are you with me? You know, like he was... Okay, so Wainamoinen was praying for help from, like, basically nature, to get rid of the other oak tree, that was evil oak tree, you know? He was asking for strength and everything, so there's a new being that came to help him, basically. That being is like the answer to his prayers. Okay? You with me? Good. Scarcely had he finished speaking, scarcely had he moved his eyelids, ere the pygmy full unfolding quick becomes a mighty giant. With one step he leaves the ocean, plants himself a mighty hero on the forest field surrounding. With his head the clouds he pierces, to his knees his beard extending, and his locks fall to his ankles. Far apart appear his eyeballs, far apart his feet are stationed. Farther still his mighty shoulders. Now begins his axe to sharpen. Quickly to an edge he whets it, using 6 hard blocks of sandstone, and of softer whetstone 7. He was a literal giant. Straightway to the oak tree turning, thither stalked the mighty giant, in his raiment long and roomy, flapping in the winds of heaven. With his second step he totters on the land of darker color. With his third stop firmly planted, reaches he the oak tree branches, strikes the trunk with sharpened hatchet. With one mighty swing he strikes it, with a second blow he cuts it. As his blade descends the third time, from his axe the sparks fly upward. From the oak tree fire outshooting, ere the axe descends a fourth time, yields the oak with 100 branches, shaking earth and heaven in falling. Eastward far the trunk extending, far to westward flew the tree tops. To the south the leaves were scattered, to the north its 100 branches. Whoso, I don't know how to say that word. A branch was taken, has obtained eternal welfare. Who secures himself a treetop, he has gained a master magic. Who the foliage has gathered, has the light that never ceases. Of the chips some had been scattered also many splinters, on the blue back of the ocean. Welcome back from the lurk, Neo. Of the ocean smooth and mirrored, rocked there by the winds and waters, like a boat upon the billows. Storm winds blew them to the northland, some of the ocean currents carried. I'm currently reading a second poem or rune in Finnish folklore, Kalevala. So welcome back. Welcome. What did you have for your midnight snack? And did you bring something to us? Northland's fair and slender maiden, washing on the shore a headdress, beating on the rocks her garments, rinsing there her silken raiment. In the waters of Pohjola, there beheld the ships and splinters, carried by the winds and waters. In a bag the chips she gathered, took them to the ancient courtyard, there to make enchanted arrows for the great magician, there to shape them into weapons for the skillful archer, since the mighty oak has fallen, now has lost its 100 branches, that the north may see the sunshine, See the gentle gleam of moonlight, that the clouds may keep their courses, may extend the vault of heaven over every lake or river, over every lake and river, over the banks of every island. Groves arose in very beauty, beautifully grew the forest, and again the vines and flowers. Birds again sang in treetops, noisily the merry thrushes, and the cuckoos, in the birch trees. On the mountains grew the berries, golden flowers in the meadows, and the herbs of many colors, many kinds of vegetation, but the barley is not growing. Wainamoinen, old and trusty, goes away and well considers, by the borders of the waters, on the ocean's sandy margins, finds 6 seeds of golden barley, even 7 ripened kernels, on the shore of upper Northland, in the sand upon the seashore, hides them in his trusty pouches, fashioned from the skin of squirrel. Some were made from skin of marten, hastens for the seeds to scatter, quickly sows the barley kernels on the brinks of Kaliv waters, on the Osma hills and lowlands. Hark! The titmouse wildly crying, from the aspen words are follow. Osma's barley will not flourish, not the barley of Vainola. If the soil be not made ready, if the forest be not leveled, and the branches burned to ashes. Wainamoinen, wise and ancient, made himself an axe for shopping. Shopping? Made himself an axe for shopping. Oh my fucking god, I don't think you meant shopping. Made himself an axe for chopping, then began to clear the forest, then began the trees to level, felled the trees of all descriptions, only left the birch tree standing, for the birds a place of resting, where might sing the sweet-voiced cuckoo. Cuckoo? Sacred bird in sacred branches. Down from heaven came the eagle, through the air he came a-flying, that he might this thing consider. And he spake the words that follow. Wherefore, ancient Wainamoinen, hast thou left the slender birch tree, left the birch tree only standing? Wainamoinen thus made answer. Therefore is the birch left standing, that the birds may nest within it, that the eagle there may rest him, there may sing the sacred cuckoo. Spake the eagle, thus replying, good indeed thy hero judgment, that the birch tree thou hast left us. Left the sacred birch tree standing, as a resting place for eagles and for birds for every feather. Even I may rest upon it. Jesus Christ. Since I called myself a crown, from now on I want to be called King Neo. Your Highness. Where am I? I lost again. Where the fuck was I? Here. Quickly then this bird of heaven kindle fire among the branches. Soon the flames are fanned by north winds, and the east winds lend their forces. Burn the trees of all descriptions, burn them all to dust and ashes. Only is the birch left standing. Echo, echo. Hello, welcome on in. Wainamoinen, wise and ancient, brings his magic grains of barley, brings he forth his 7 seed grains, not 7 feet, brings them from his trusty pouches, fashioned from the skin of squirrel, some were made from skin of marten. Thence to sow his seed he hastens, hastes the barley grains to scatter, speaks unto himself these measures. I the seeds of life am sowing through my open fingers, from the hand of my Creator, in the soil enriched with ashes, in the soil to sprout and flourish. Ancient Mother, thou that livest far below the earth and ocean, Mother of the fields and forests, bring the rich soil to producing. Bring the seed grains to the sprouting, that the barley well may flourish. Never will the earth unaided yield the ripe, nutritious barley. Never will her force be wanting, if the givers give assistance, if the givers grace the sowing, grace the daughters of creation. Rise, O earth, from out thy slumber, from the slumberland of ages. Let the barley grains be sprouting, let the blades themselves be starting, let the verdant stalks be rising, let the ears themselves be growing, and the humble hundredfold producing. From my plowing and my sowing, from my skilled and honest labor. Oh my Lord, that was a long line. Yes, welcome on in. This is indeed my first ever ASMR stream. Currently, I'm in the middle of reading a Finnish folklore called Kaletala. I'm reading poems of it in English. That's what we're doing. But yeah, welcome. It is indeed my first ever ASMR stream. We've been reading some creepy pastas in here, chatting, made some sounds. But yeah, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Hi Yambe, welcome on in. How you doing today? Ukko thou, O God, up yonder, thou, O Father of the heavens, thou that livest high in ether, curbest all the clouds of heaven, holdest in the air thy counsel, holdest in the clouds good counsel. From the east dispatch a cloudlet, from the northeast send a rain cloud, from the west another send us, from the northwest still another, quickly from the south a warm cloud, that the rain may fall from heaven, that the clouds may drop their honey, that the ears may fill and ripen, that the barley fields may rustle. You're doing good? You just came home from the bar? Damn. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. I hope you had a lovely night out. I hope. Thereupon benignant Ukko, Father of the heavens, held his counsel in the cloud space, held good counsel in the ether. From the east he sent a cloudlet, from the northeast sent a rain cloud, from the west another he sent, from the northwest still another. Quickly from the south a warm cloud, joined and seems the clouds together, sewed together all their edges, grasped the clouds and hurled in earthward. Quick the rain clouds dropped their honey, quick the raindrops fall from heaven, that the ears may quickly ripen, that the barley crop may rustle. Straightway grow the seeds of barley, from the germ the blade unfolding. richly colored ears arising from the rich soil of the fallow, from the work of Väinämöinen. Oh, my headset. Fucking hell. You had a nice evening. Evening. I'm glad to hear that. Excellent news. Excellent news. Here a few days pass unnoted, and as many nights fly over. When the 7th day had journeyed, on the morning of the 8th day, Väinämöinen, wise and ancient, went to view his crop of barley. How his plowing, how his sowing, how his labors were resulting, found his crop of barley growing, found the blades were triple knotted, and the ears he found six-sided. Väinämöinen, old and trusty, turned his face and looked about him. Lo! There comes the springtime cuckoo, spying out the slender birch tree, rest upon it sweetly singing. Wherefore is the silver birch tree left unharmed of all the forest? Spake the ancient Väinämöinen, therefore I have left the birch tree, only growing, home for thee for joyful singing. Call thou here, O sweet-voiced cuckoo. Sing thou here from throat of velvet, sing thou here with voice of silver, sing the cuckoo's golden flute notes, call at morning, call at evening, call within the hour of noontide, for the better growth of forests, for the ripening of the barley, for the riches of the Northland, for the joy of Kalevala. Oh my lord, that was a long one. That was a long one. Next time, if there's gonna be a next time, we're gonna continue with the rune 3, aka the poem 3, the third one. That was a mouthful. That's what she said. Wait, can you even hear the background music anymore? Or am I tripping? You might not be able to hear it anymore. Or it's just too, so quiet. It was literally just so freaking quiet. Okay. Oh, that's fine, Shadow. Thank you for looking. We're gonna be ending here anyways. We are going to be ending here anyways. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Thank you so incredibly much. Can we go and raid out to someone? Would that be nice? Would that be nice? More chill vibes. More chill vibes. I kinda low-key would like to go and write out to someone doing ASMR, but none of the people that I follow and usually watch, none of them are alive right now. be that this time we might not read out to anyone. Actually, no. We could go and read out to some chill drawing. Go and read out there. Thank you so much for joining for my first ever ASMR stream. What the helly? I had a lot of fun. I hope you also had a lot of fun. As per schedule, I'm not gonna be live tomorrow. You can expect me again next week, most likely on Monday. If you're not in the Discord yet, here is the link in chat. I post my schedules in the Discord first. If I have some changes as well, Discord always hears first about them. And all the other information regarding to anything goes to Discord. We also have weekly movie nights at the Discord. We also hang out there. We play some games. Thanks for being amazing and making my days. I really appreciate you and Mila. Yumpe. That is so sweet. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you to say. I'm really glad to hear that I can make your days. I'm really glad to hear that. If you also want to check out my socials, they're all there linked in the chat. If I don't remember too incorrectly, today there was a second part posted for the Resident Evil 0 playthrough. So if you would like to see that, it's up there on my YouTube. And actually, we have hit 100 subscribers on YouTube. We have 100 subscribers. That's fucking crazy. Let's go. I'm also gonna post on my VODs channel. Which is basically Enchantress Lily VODs. You should be able to find it as well. My VODs. I'm gonna post this VOD there because my first ever ASMR stream. So if you would ever like to go back to it and check it out, there is the link as well. There already are some streams there with my old model. Oh my goodness. I just got stuck looking at them. But yeah, if you want to check out any of my socials, they're all there linked in the chat. And like I said, we could go and read out to some chill drawing. Oh my god, I love their art. Their art is beautiful. God damn. We have some raid messages. First two with my emotes are for subbies, and the last one without my emotes is for non-subbies, but you can copy any of those text messages and you can join on the raid. We raided them before, so this is our second time raiding them. We're gonna go raid out to Mrs. Evil. Yeah. So copy a raid message and join on the raid. Thank you so incredibly much. Thank you for being here, dog. Thank you for being here, Donut. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. I think I might want to do a little bit of a polling in the Discord to see if you want to see some more ASMR streams in the future, potentially. I don't mind. I don't mind having streams like this where we do more yappings and some sounds and a lot more echo and and all that. Yes, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend, everyone. Um, Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. Remember to hydrate, eat well, and hopefully sleep well. And I do really hope we see you again on Monday. We're most likely gonna be playing some DBD. Indeed. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I love you so much. I love you all. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye bye.